All right. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Over here. Check this out first. Uh-huh.
You're already up here? Where were you? I was finding a way to get you up here. All right, let's jump across then.
Good.
Thanks. Everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine. Let's keep going. Okay.
Hey, what's up, YouTube channel?
Yeah, that's where I tried to go. Couldn't find a way through, though. Ugh, look at that craftsmanship.
These Uncharted games are so goddamn pretty.
Nice view.
Yep. Yeah, I'm at it again.
You didn't hear me? When? Back there.
Building
Called out to you.
building a new
Didn't hear
kernel
you.
today.
Why, were you worried? I was worried you got distracted. I'm distracted now. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Shall we? Yeah, let's.
There we go. Yeah, that kernel's going to be building for a while. I'm building it on my my custom firmware PS3, which has a spinning hard drive, so it runs a little bit slower than my other one. Okay, kind of jump down here, swing over. That. Here we go.
Anything? Hang on a sec. Sam! No good, it's a dead end. Oh, shit. All right, well, head on back then.
Oh, fuck. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy. Easy come, easy go, right? Now, there's something I'm supposed to do with this, this thing. I'm sure. I must have missed something down here. If I could get over there. Can I? Nope. Hmm. Crap. You sent me a star. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Spending some more of those some more of those YouTube bits. Hey, what's up, 12 Bob? Check it out. I'm pushing a new kernel. Um, it's 6.6.142, but I've been adding additional patches for the PS3 so that on a custom firmware device you should get access to some more hypervisor calls. So that'll be fun. Yeah, specifically, I wanted to add the hypervisor calls that allow you to resize the region on the hard drive because I think that'd be interesting to play around with. Um, how's custom firmware been treating me? Very, very well, actually. Um, that's where as usual, I'm logged into both of my PS3s. The one that you see here, that's my custom firmware PS3. It's doing the kernel build, and then in the other panel here, this is my dedicated Linux PS3. It's doing a GCC build. I'm packaging PPU GCC for the Cell SDK. Yeah, yeah. When you resize your hard drive for Linux, you have limited options with custom firmware. I have mine set up half and half. Basically, I got a 250 gigabyte spinning hard drive in this PS3 here, my custom firmware. So yeah, and I got that partitioned half and half for Linux and Game OS, and it's good enough for my experimental, my experimental installs and stuff like that, and building kernels and whatnot. But it does have a spinning hard drive, so it does run a little bit slower than the this one here. Looks like we're building libstd C++, so this build should be finishing up pretty soon. Oh shit, can you cold boot to Linux on custom firmware? No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm not aware of any way that you could do that. No. Um, yeah, that's another advantage of having a downgraded setup is once the once the uh, once the hypervisor flag has been toggled to other OS, it'll just keep booting into other OS automatically until you toggle it back to game OS. I love that. I love that I can reboot my server without even connecting a screen to it, and I know that it'll boot back into Linux. That's so convenient.
Now what?
There's gotta be a way across.
See, I see shit over there that I can climb, but I can't get over there. Swing to the ledge on the pillar? What pillar?
Hey, look down there. I see some handholds right below us.
Feel being able to reboot command and go right back into PS3LINUX. Yeah. PS3LINUX, I like that. But yeah, when you're running when you're using it as a server, it's just so much nicer to skip the step of, you know, booting through Game OS. Oh, I see. I gotta go down here a little bit. And drop down? Or will that kill me? I don't know what to do. I wonder. Can I do this? Yup. Here we go. Nope. No, almost. Got it.
There's a path down here. Great, right behind you.
I can't drop down there. There's no path down here. Oh. Here we go. Almost. Oops. Got it.
Here I come.
Crap, how do I get up there? Ah. Gen 2 on a Boeing 747? No, I think airplanes, they use special software. I think airplanes, they use special software. Gen 2 in your car? Oh. Well, that's a project. That could be fun. Should be able to do it. Gen 2 is compatible with basically anything. Oh. Do this. Here we go.
How you doing? Not this way.
Shit. Aha.
Nice job. Sam, in here. Got it. Looks like we're still on the right track.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Uncharted games. That studio, Naughty Dog, that makes the Uncharted games. They were like professionals at programming the cell. They got a lot of support from Sony too. They were like Sony's favorite studio for a while. So yeah, they were wizards on the PS3. This is Uncharted 4 though. I don't think this one came out for the PS3, only the PS4. Obviously, I'm playing it on my I'm playing it through Steam at the moment. I should apply for a job at Naughty Dog and tell them I'm a cell expert. See if they need anybody to maintain old code or port PS3 code maybe.
So back at the orphanage, did you ever think we'd be doing crazy shit like this?
No, I can't say I did.
Yeah, 12 Bob, yeah. Yeah, oh, trust me, I know. I know. Leave it to me to like find a passion that is like totally completely obsolete and useless.
Looks like we're heading down. Careful.
Let's see. Oh, looks like I gotta slide down the mud. Let me see if I can get over here first. Looks like there's a little spot I can explore. Marketing your skills. Yeah, well that's the other thing. I mean, you gotta be good at like schmoozing to get a good job. You know, you gotta be good at like you know, you gotta be good at like networking. And I don't mean like networking. I mean like human networking. And yeah, those I'm not so strong at those things. Found treasure. Ah, look at that, pretty. See, I knew it would pay off exploring up here. When you see a ledge, climb it.
Right behind you.
That worked out.
Well, yeah, but it's a skill you got to develop if you want to do anything like corporate or like make it anywhere like climbing the business ladder. You got to be able to network in with other people and maintain contacts and you got to schmooze. I've never been a big schmoozer. Crap. I guess I can go up here. I thought I was supposed to be going downward. I might be going backwards. Why is he all the way down there? I think I went the wrong way. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. You get like, exaggerating your capabilities and shit. Well, what you're really saying is you got to be good at like selling yourself, you know? Like you got to be like a good salesman for yourself. And that's another thing I've never been really good at. I suck at selling things. I've never been good at sales. Eventually you gotta accept the fact that like everybody lies on their resume. I don't
That
even
is
know
the
why they use
second
them
biggest
anymore.
cistern I've
They
ever
seem
seen.
useless now.
Wait, where was the biggest?
I'll tell you
I,
later. Come on, let's get down there.
well, yeah, it's good to know your own capabilities. Know what you can, know what you know, and know what you don't know. You know. Okay, we gotta go down here and whoop. Ooh,
Sam, come around this way.
there we go. Two in a row. What, you mean two streams in a row? Yeah, kind of. I'd streamed yesterday, I think, didn't I?
Holy shit! All right.
Ooh. Oh, okay. I think I could just drop down. There we go. Lovely.
You doing okay? Yeah. Piece of cake.
Oh, check it out. We've entered the
Look at this
install
place.
phase of my GCC build. Um, I'm gonna watch this finish because I want to see where it gets to. It's gonna fail, but I want to see how it fails. This build is eventually going to turn into a PPU GCC toolchain. Actually, it's going to turn into both PPU and SPU GCC toolchains. I build them both from the same spec file. First, I'm working on the PPU GCC, and that's what this is. Okay, we're building libitm. That's one of the last libraries that you build in the procedure. And it's not very large, so that won't take too long. I'm guessing we're going to build libatomic next. It's a pretty big package, so the install phase is pretty elaborate. But yeah, we'll see how far it gets. Have I played Bloodborne? No. Um, I'm not familiar with that one. Is that a Souls-like? I'm afraid to play Souls-likes. I'm afraid of hard games. Bloodborne. Oh, it was a launch title for PS4. You say it's amazing. Well, I've heard of it definitely. Probably the best intro to Souls-likes. Well, that would be probably good for me. Like a nice intro to the genre. I've tried Demon Souls before, but I haven't gotten that far. Oh, it's like a Lovecraftian Gothic aesthetic. Nice. Well, I'm a big fan of the Gothic, or at least I used to be a big fan of the Gothic look. I was a bit of a goth in high school. All right, now it's running check RPaths, but it really shouldn't be doing that. I wonder why it's doing that. Oh, good. I think I thought I disabled check RPaths because it kept hanging up on me, uh, previously, so, huh. I'll have to see if that's actually disabled or not. Anyway. Much more aggressive than the Souls games. Okay. Dark Souls and Demon Souls are more defensive. Oh yeah, well you know what I suck at? Parrying. I can't parry. Well, I can, but uh, I don't like games with a very heavy parry mechanic, because that takes more concentration than I have to give. All right, so oh, vampires and werewolves, nice. Yeah, I love all that kind of shit. Okay, so it's telling me that we're trying to package files that don't exist in the staged install directory, so we have to delete any references to uh, these uh, these directories or files. I have a feeling that they have the wrong names though, so let me try something. Let's change directories to my build root. Now it's telling me that it can't find USR-lib, but that's probably because it should be finding USR-lib64. Yeah, there's a lib64, so let me update that in the file section of my spec file. And I have a feeling it's going to be down here in the C++ files section. And here they are. Yeah. I've got to update these. Add 64 onto here. Add that like that. Can I do a find and replace? Yeah, I can. There's a sed command I could use. But that's kind of like a machine gun where I need a scalpel. You know, I'm afraid to replace like all instances of lib with lib64, because what would happen is it would pick up like here, it would pick up libexec, it would change libexec to lib64exec. So you got to be careful with that, because I don't want to change that. See what I mean? Yeah. You could do it for certain things, but you want to do it for more specific targets. Um, Meantime, let me just double check, make sure all these directories exist in the staged area. So we're looking for lib64 GCC. Okay, that exists. Good. PPU, that exists. That's the version. And include right there. So we got lib64 GCC PPU. Oop. 8.33.0 include. Yeah. Yeah, target platform, PPU. Okay, that's correct. Let's see. We got a few more to check up on here. Alright, those are those directories. We got... Alright. User lib GCC. Alright, this file does not exist, but let me add a 64. Or, actually this directory. This directory does not exist. Right? Okay, no such file. If I add a 64 to here, that should... Yep, there it is. Alright. We're going to do the same thing with libsupc, because I'm sure that that's going to be the same deal. No, DNF does not automatically run your new kernel for you. No, I wonder if you could make it do that, though. I could, I don't know. I wonder if you could do that through like a post-install script or a post-transaction script or something. Have it k-exec your new kernel. That's interesting. No, I've never heard of it doing that, especially not on the PS3. You have to reboot for a new kernel. Okay, so libsupc ++a is good. um, and we need libstdc++a. That's going to be in lib64. You you like to you like to flex your uptimes? That's cool. You like to you like to flex your uptime? Okay, delete any reference to 32-bit because this is a 64-bit build, no multi-lib. It is kind of funny to flex on a PS3. Um, there's a part of me that really wants to bump the kernel up to version 7. Um, it'd be more of a headache than it's worth though, because I'd have to rewrite some patches, I think. But I'll probably do it eventually. You know, you can actually boot a, vanilla Linux kernel with no patches. You could still it still boots on the on downgraded PS3. Um, but custom firmware, there's at least one patch that you have to use. But yeah, the vanilla kernel still boots on the PS3 without any patching. That's crazy. And it still contains a default configuration for the PS3 as well. Alright, I think that's everything. Lib64. Let's see. This is the case for SPU. We're skipping that for now. We'll worry about that when we build the SPU compiler. Yeah, it works right out of the box. It's crazy. I tested it the other day. I built the 6.6.142 with no patches, and it goddamn thing booted on my downgraded model. Crazy. All right, I think this spec file is about ready to retest. So here we go. Um, Oh, you know what? Before I forget, I need to run an update on this system. I also just pushed a updated util Linux package or set of packages to my repo. So let me go ahead and apply those updates before I start a new build. there's my other PS3 still building its kernel. FS stands for file systems. It's working on all the different file system compatibilities. Looks like it's doing XFS now. Oh, there they are. These are my util Linux packages, and looks like I built them correctly because they're about to apply through DNF. All right. I'll go ahead and run this GCC build again, see how far we get this time. And there it goes. You can disregard all these warnings. They're basically there because I've got macros that appear inside my commented lines, and I've got a lot of commented lines. I'm eventually going to uncomment all these lines, so all those warnings will disappear. Oh, by the way, check it out. Did you see? Look up. Look up here. See this patch right here? Patch 0, GCC 8.3.0, add PPU target.patch. I made that patch. I created this. Basically what I did was I altered a few files so that you could build this GCC with PPU as a target. So I added PPU as a target. Basically, it's just an alias for PPC64LINUX. Oh, awesome! You just ran updates. Nice. Did you get the new util Linux? Yeah, I've been updating a bunch of. I updated systemd, util Linux, a couple more that I pushed a little bit too early, and I had to revoke. But I'll rebuild those too, like OpenSSH and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna, before I bother updating OpenSSH again, I should really update my OpenSSL so that at least my whatever OpenSSH I build against that will be able to access more algorithms. Huh. You booted into 6.0.19? That's actually kind of an older kernel now. You should check DNF, see if DNF finds my new kernel. It should be 6.6.149, well, 142. Still in the same repo. Did I forget to delete the old kernel? Let me double check. Yeah. Currently, there's only one set of kernel packages that should be available from my repo. It's 6.6.142-4, and the one that I'm building here is going to be 6.6.142-5, and this will replace 4 when I replace it. Did you remember to 12 Bob, very important. Did you remember to flush your DNF cache? Like, I know this is a stupid question, but do this. DNF clean all. That'll clean out your old DNF metadata, because I update my metadata every time I push a new package to the repos. So my metadata changes pretty often. So anytime you're going to do an update, you're going to want to do DNF clean all first, and then run DNF make cache, like that. And what this does is it downloads the latest metadata from my repos and Fedora's repos, and parses it so that it knows what the newest updates are. If you haven't done this, make sure to do this. Yeah. If you clear the cache, then running update should automatically rebuild the cache. Um, DNF make cache takes a long time. Fedora has a lot of metadata about its packages that you have to. It's like an entire database that you have to like download and parse. It's one of the reasons why DNF is so slow. Well, my server is up to the task. My server can handle it. My God, look how pretty this is. And then what I would suggest you try is run DNF info kernel and see if the new one shows up in that list in the listing. Yeah. 6.6.142 should be the only one available right now from my repos. My God, this is so pretty. I go in here. Hold on. I want to make sure I pick up any crap that's laying around. I'm like a scavenger when I play Uncharted. I want all the treasure.
Wow, what is all this?
Oh, there's several rooms. Bloodborne has a bad frame rate. Well, that usually doesn't bother me that much. I don't... Like, I can't tell the difference between 30 and... Well, I can tell the difference between 30 and 60. But above that, I can't tell the difference. Yeah, I do like pretty games. Wow, there's a bunch of chambers here I gotta explore. What the fuck? Oh, it's locked at 30. Okay. They're noticeable. Okay. Well, like I said, that stuff usually doesn't bother me. Drakengard 3 on the PS3. Huh. I never played that one either. I never played any of the Drakengards. Okay, I guess I'm going for a swim. Poorly done Unreal Engine. Okay. Yeah, well, Unreal Engine has been getting a bad rap. Apparently, Unreal 5 has like performance issues. All right, I'm totally lost now. I don't know where the hell. Do I jump down there? Stand on the pressure pad. What pressure pad? It was notorious. Shit. Huh, it didn't It didn't pick up the new kernel? That's kind of fucking weird. I've been updating my kernels here like for at least the past 2 days. I've been working on this one. Hmm. You know what you could maybe try? If you run DNF with the disable repos command, you can okay, yeah. Yeah, that's worth a shot. DNF install kernel. See which one it tries to install. Um, I'm still building my fucking metadata cache. You know why it's taking forever? It's because I'm also building GCC. And this is a dual-threaded build. Oh, really? It says you have both 6.0.9 and 6.6.142 installed. I wonder which parts of which which parts of which do you have installed? If you run uname, like uname dash r, well, then the kernel that you're running right now should be 6.0.19, right? Might be the fault of one of my previously broken kernel packages. They're supposed to kernels are kind of a special package in Fedora. You could actually totally do that. Like you could even remove the kernel that you're running right now if you want. um, it won't, like, your system won't break, it just won't boot. um, but yeah, that might work if you remove 6.0.19 first and then try to do the install. Ah, finally. I built my metadata. Let's see. All right, well, I'm gonna blame that on like a previously broken kernel package. My 6.0.19 kernels, they're actually getting they're like a they're almost like a previous generation now. What's the bootloader configuration that my distro uses? You mean for petitboot, the file that petitboot reads for the to populate the list of kernels? It'll be /etc/yaboot.com. Here, I'll show you mine. Yeah, here, this is my yaboot.conf. As you can see, there's several entries here because I've been upgrading my kernel several times. And every time you install a kernel upgrade, it should automatically add a new entry to this file. I do that in a post-install script. Um, yeah, check out /etc/yaboot.com. And basically what these entries, each one of these entries, I mean, has a image equals, and that should point to your kernel file. Your kernels live in /boot, you know, like standard, like on a standard distro, and yeah, that's most of the important information. You have a 6.6 entry also in your yaboot.conf. If you have a 6.6, if you like for every entry in your yaboot.conf, there should be a option in peditboot for you to boot that kernel. I don't know what kind of setup you're working with. I know you're running a server off the PS3, so I don't know if you can deal with much downtime. But if you're considering reinstalling, I did just release a brand new latest and greatest install ISO. It's on my website today. That I just uploaded it today, and I tested it out, and oh, hey there, hey there, Wes. How's it going? Yeah, yeah, 12 Bob. If you do think about reinstalling, then you'll be using my latest and greatest installer, which is now totally upgraded to kernels 6.6.142. Um, that's the one that should install right out of the box. And my new kernel packages have better logic for updating from older ones and like replacing what has to be replaced. I did work on that as well. So what the hell does this mean? Stand on the pressure pad? What the hell? Where is it? Oh yeah, I'm doing well. Just as usual, building some software for my PS3. Right now we're building a kernel on my one PS3, my custom firmware PS3. That's what you see here in the, you know, that's all that text you see on the side. And I'm also building a PPU GCC package. I'm doing that on my other PS3. And that's in my other window here. It's that one. 12 Bob. Probably not. It's probably my own. It's probably due to like my own broken packaging techniques. You know, I'm kind of learning as I go. Um, but if you do consider like reinstalling from scratch, um, yeah, I did. You can try out my new install script. I added a option to I added two options to my install script, basically. Um, if you add the dev option, that will install development tools, like the ones that I use anyway, the ones that I commonly use. That'll automatically install development tools for you during the installation. And if you add the GUI option, it will also install the XFCE desktop. Looks like the Matrix. Yeah, kind of. Is it very hard? What, building all this software? Well, I've gotten pretty good at it, but there's a lot of stuff that you kind of want to know to make your life easier. It's an iterative process. Basically, you build something, you see what fails, you fix it, you rebuild, see what fails, fix it, rebuild. That's kind of the gameplay loop that I've been working with here. Now, where's this goddamn pressure pad that they're fucking telling me about? You don't understand any of it? Well, it's kind of specialized knowledge. If you're not into software packaging and like distribution packaging, which is kind of like a niche subject, then yeah, stuff is pretty not common knowledge. Man, these chambers are so pretty. Oh, there's the pressure plate that they're talking about. There it is. God damn. What do I use Linux for on the PS3? Mostly I just use it to study the cell CPU. I like learning about like high performance computing and like parallelization and things like that. It's all the stuff that you can practice on the PS3. The cell CPU is learning about it makes you better at um, anything computing related, pretty much.
Hmm.
There we go.
Mechanism's busted or something.
No, 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 no. One way or another, we're getting in there. Let's just lift it together, all right?
Okay.
What does the cell CPU do over the Threadripper? Well, it has a different design. It has a very different type of design. It's more close to the type of hardware that you would find in supercomputers, basically. For example, like the Summit supercomputer installation runs on Power 9 processors, which is basically a cousin of the Cell. They're in the same family. Um, they're superscalar type designs. They're made for like intense parallelization and like scientific workloads and stuff. Um, oh yeah, I guess yeah, it is pretty similar to Apple Silicon in a lot of ways, but the Cell CPU has the special SPU cores. Um, so if you're interested in learning how to do like SIMD algorithms and things like that, SIMD um, accelerated workloads, then the Cell CPU is like an ideal place to do that type of work.
Okay, let's do this. Oh, God, this is heavy. Just think about all that treasure.
Yeah, mostly just thinking about my back.
Shit. Whoa.
Well, looks like we got ourselves another.
No, not really. No, the SPU cores are not FPUs. Um, the cell has several FPUs built into it, actually. Yeah, you're kind of not on the right track. Yeah, well, yeah, for one thing, it's PowerPC, not x86. You don't have AX, BX, CX, and DX registers. You have 32 GPR registers. They're very they compute things very differently. And you can't compare the SIMD cores, the SPU cores, uh, of which there are, you have access to 6 on the cell. You can't really compare those to FPUs, to an FPU. An FPU is something that's kind of built into a compute unit, you know. How come PowerPC never took off? I don't know. Probably because they couldn't get the power to wattage. Uh, I mean, yeah, like they probably couldn't get it to run cool enough in the end. And space, yeah. Um, space on CPU die is there's only so much real estate, so it's all at a premium. And
Trial.
It sure looks like it.
that was actually one of the problems with the cell CPU's design. Uh, there was only so much space on the die, so they had to, in order to fit all these SIMD cores that they wanted to use onto the chips, they had to sacrifice a lot of a lot of the creature comforts that modern programming kind of takes advantage of without knowing it. You know, certain things the CPUs do, like out of order execution and advanced branch prediction and things like that. You sacrifice all those things on the cell, which makes programming it a little bit harder. Oh yeah, x86 is uh it uses a few of the concepts that were first pioneered in other CPUs like the cell. Like it has certain like heterogeneous properties today that it didn't used to have, that were used in like the cell CPU. But yeah, it's not so much gigahertz, it's mostly just like I said, those little helper functions that don't exist in the cell, for example, out of order execution and branch prediction. Um, you know, modern x86s are much better at that kind of stuff, which makes them much faster. Um, and easier to program. Um, yeah, and also advancements in like cache efficiency. Like the Windows of architectures, it is very backwards compatible. Yeah, you can still run like 8088 code on a modern x86 pretty much. Yeah, the X8, you know what? I never thought it would happen, but the x86 is losing popularity a little bit, and might not be the behemoth like hegemon that it used to be, which is very interesting. Haha, oops. Where's my flashlight? How do I use my flashlight? Do I have a flashlight? No, I guess not. I'm used to playing The Last of Us where I think R1 or R3 turns on your flashlight. Yeah, the heterogeneous kind of concept. That's one of the things that made the Cell CPU so hard to program. But it is, I mean, there's a lot of advantages to specializing your, like having different cores with different specializations to run different workloads. It's also good for power consumption. Yeah, power and efficiency cores. That's how they do it nowadays. What the hell am I supposed to do in here? I don't get it. Is there a puzzle I have to solve? No. I think I'm running in circles.
Let's see what these do.
Oh no, it's a puzzle I have to solve.
Okay.
Some impressive engineering here.
I don't think this is doing anything. Oh no, 12 Bob, what the? Are you serious? Your PS3 is not turning on? What the hell? Are you? Oh, you're getting a no signal from your HD. I get that sometimes. I think it's I actually think it's the TV I connected to. Jesus Christ, you're scaring me, 12 Bob. Shit. How do I do this? Oh, okay, I gotta move this thing like that.
Nothing. Symbols on the spheres don't match the ones in the light.
What IDE would a game dev use? Oh shit. You're asking the wrong guy. I only program in Vim. I've only used an IDE like once or twice. Or a few, like a handful of times. Eclipse is kind of cool, but it's written in Java, so it's kind of bloated. And slow. Visual Studio Code is way bloated. I hate using that. Well, not Visual Studio like the regular Visual Studio. Much too large, much too bloated. Visual Studio Code is probably the most popular one people use these days. I know that you wouldn't. I don't know if you'd technically call it an IDE. It's more of like a text editor with extensions, I guess, but with the right extensions, it acts just like an IDE, so. What build chain? Oh, GNU, of course. Yeah, the GNU GCC tool suite. You know I'm compiling that right now, right? I mean, obviously what you're looking at here is a kernel I'm compiling, but in my other panel here, yeah, right here, this is a GCC build. I'm building a brand new tool chain for the cell CPU. It requires two different compilers, a PPU compiler, which I'm building right now, and a SPU compiler, which I will eventually get to, for the two different types of cores on the CPU. Huh. What, you mean, like if you wanted to create some, like, homebrew? Well, like 15 years ago, I mean, all the homebrew, like, tools that are available for the most part are kind of 15 years old anyway, to begin with. Um, yeah, you'd, put custom firmware on your PS3 and start, learning about, the PS Lite, quote-unquote SDK. Uh, that can write code that'll run on Game OS. I think people have written games through it, like simple ones. Oh, the legit tools. There was a tool called the fuck was it called? I forget. I think it ran on Windows 7. It was like a PS3. Oh, ProDG. Yeah, look up ProDG. Um, for the PS3. It's like the official like debugger that'll allow you to connect to your PS3 over the network, and you can actually modify its memory, stuff like that. Yeah, ProDG. Um, you have to run it I think in Windows 7. So when I run it in a virtual machine, but it works fine in a virtual machine. Oh, heads up though, if you want to use ProDG, then you have to have a debug firmware on your console. You have to be using a Dex firmware, kind of like I'm using on this one. Yeah, it. I don't know how capable it is with a non Dex firmware. You always wondered how studios actually make games. Well, shit, me too. I'm definitely no expert. Oh, okay. Yeah, 12 Bob. You know what that is? That's because yeah, Petit Boot, the way Petit Boot works, it auto selects the last kernel that you booted. It does not auto select the latest. Um like it doesn't parse your kernel label. Like it doesn't do any kind of logic on that. So it can't figure out which kernel is later than any other kernel. It just goes by whichever one it booted last time. So yeah, when you install a new kernel, you have to manually select the new one from Petit Boot. Um, just one of the little quirks about how Petit Boot works. Keyboard not found. Press F11 to continue. Oh, I get that on my desktop computer a lot because uh, yeah, I also use
Gotta
that
turn the
keyboard
symbols so they'll line up in the light
that
correctly.
keyboard for my PS3s. Oh, Petit Boot was just sitting in the bootloader screen? That's weird. It doesn't usually do that. Huh. Oh. Oh, I didn't know you could configure it that way. Oh. Let's see. I gotta tell you, I'm fucking lost right here. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Uh, this? Oh, that did something.
Ah, they turned the symbols. That'll help.
Yeah, Petit Boot's a fucking powerful bootloader. Did you know that Petit Boot actually runs its own telnet server? If you tell it to. Yeah, you can have Petit Boot automatically run a telnet server, and you can log into it over the network with telnet, which is really insecure, but um, you can do it. Petit Boot also supports flashing new bootloaders. Can you do that? You can actually do that from within Petit Boot? I know that previously, like in Fedora 12, Fedora 12 shipped with PS3 utils, and one of the PS3 utils was that you could dump your bootloader. I guess it's available from within Petit Boot as well. That's really cool. So I don't get it. What the hell? You know what I'd really like to do is try and get PS3 utils working on my distro. I haven't tried to build it yet, but I'd like to see what works and what doesn't. Can it run Docker? I'm sure it could. I actually don't have any experience with Docker. I've never used it, but I mean the kernel supports it. I don't see why you couldn't run a Docker image on the PS3.
Just finished what we started, huh?
You can do containers on the PS3, just not with Docker. Well, I think in Fedora you use something called Podman. But like I said, I have really little, almost no experience with Docker images. Yeah, I'm used to using cheroots. I'm good at cheroots. Oh, I think I have to do this.
There we go.
Got it.
What is
Fine.
that? Oh, look. Statues.
Pirate captains. There's Bonnie Baldridge, Paul Basra. Can't remember that guy's name.
So who was this Al-Basra character?
He was a muggle, one of the soldiers on the Gunsway.
What's he doing teaming up with Avery?
Stories have it he was taken to be executed, but he got freed during the battle and blew up the Gunsway's gunpowder cache.
Oh, so grateful Avery brought him along?
Exactly.
What about that other guy?
Heard he started as a nobody, became a fearsome swordsman.
Where'd the energy come from to raise those statues? I don't know. I've been wondering the similar things in this game. Like there's one part of this game where you ring a bunch of bells and it opens up a passageway into like this like cellar area of a tower. And when the basement opens up, it's got lit torches on the walls and it's got lit candles and everything in the room. And I'm like, who the fuck lit these candles? This room hasn't been open in like 200 years. Why are these candles burning? Kind of weird. Oh, I got more puzzle to solve. That's a pain in the ass. The fuck.
Spinning both symbols at once.
Yeah, they last longer than LEDs. LEDs are fucking amazing, by the way. I got all the lights in my room are LEDs, and they've lasted forever, and they use so little power. Let's see. I do this, maybe. There we go. Nope. I fucked up. The blue portion is patented? Oh, that'd be kind of weird. I don't know. Aha.
Well, there you go. Now you just gotta get him into the lights.
Got it.
Here we go again.
Who we got?
Let's see. Joseph Farrell, William Mays, Tariq bin Malik, and Christopher Condon.
8 out of 12.
All right, we're almost there. All right, you guys, give me a minute. I need to have a cigarette. Oops. Let's see where my GCC's at. Okay, looks like we are building libstd C++, so this build is moving right along. Oh yeah, LEDs are fucking amazing. They last forever. All right. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna have a smoke. right. Hey, you guys, you want to know the other reason why this kernel is taking so damn long to build? It's because this is a release kernel uh, for shipping with my distro. If I was building, like, when I build kernels that are just for me personally, like, I build them really really lean, and I cut out like everything that I just will never use. But when you build a kernel that you want to distribute for other people to use, it's a totally different ball game. It's like a totally different animal. Um, Now all of a sudden you have to like include like capabilities for things that people might want to use on their PS3 distros. You know, like for example, I don't use any Windows computers, so I don't have any use for the Samba server or Samba file sharing. So I just don't build it into my kernels. So it saves like, you know, saves a lot of work when you're building the kernels. Also, you can see I build a lot of drivers as modules so that they're not built into the kernel. They can get loaded into the kernel on demand. That's something that I don't usually do with like kernels for myself. I just build everything into the kernel. I just make it a monolith. But yeah, for building a kernel for distribution, there's a lot of like considerations that you have to that all of a sudden are important. I don't want end users to be trying to use their PS3 Linux distribution for some certain task, but they're not able to do it because my kernel doesn't support it. You know, so it's a balance between what you want to include and how big you want your kernel packages to be. So it's a never-ending balancing act. Building release kernels, but release kernels are always much more bloated than like custom personal kernels. That's just the nature of that's just the nature of the beast. It's the nature of the software. Just the way it is. So yeah, release kernels take a long time to build. Oh, check it out. My latest GCC build is done. It looks like we've got a shit ton of yeah, you gotta think about what other people might want to try to do with their PS3s, you know? So okay, so what we've got here is a listing of unpackaged files. That means that all these files were produced during the build, but I have not packaged them in my files section. So I'm gonna have to do that right now. And I know it looks like a lot of files, but a lot of these files we can just include the directory, and it'll include all the files below it automatically, so it's not so bad. What's difficult, like the difficult part, is going to be figuring out which files go into my C package and which ones go into my C++ package. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Put the C++ packages in dev null. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, C++ is C++ breaks my brain. It's I try to avoid it as much as I can. All right, we'll put all of our binary files together. Yes, C++ is kind of janky. It's had a lot added to the standard over the years, you know. Um, it's a bit of a mess if you're not super familiar with it. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I actually have a macro for /usr/bin, so I'm gonna use that for my directory here. Bindir and package prefix. While I'm at it, I'm gonna replace the rest of these bindirs. All right, that's better. I got a few more binaries to include. We need nm ranlib, and then gcov dump and gcov tool. Okay, now we're gonna need this directory here, include fixed. You can probably get rid of that README file too. Yeah, you know what? Let me delete that. I'm not going to include it in my package. version. Include fixed readme. Okay, that'll delete that file. Now I can just include that directory. Have I ever used a bong without water? Well, yeah. Like, the water in my bong generally evaporates over time. And, yeah, sometimes I'll pack it and, notice that the water levels got too low for it to be of any use. Yeah, that's happened. So it's just like smoking a pipe then. You don't get any filtration. You know what's cool? Do you ever smoke a bong that's full of snow? If you ever get a chance, pack your instead of water, pack your bong full of snow in the wintertime and smoke it through that. It's really cool. It makes it really easy to take a really heavy hit. Like, it reduces your coughing, in my experience. Yeah, it's a neat trick. Ice? Oh shit, you put ice in there? I never tried that. Good idea. Alright, now this include fixed directory. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be in my, in my GCC package, but just to double check, let me look for it in my current packages and see if it's in C or C++. That search might take a minute because I put two wildcards in there. Okay, we're building our media drivers now for the kernel. See all these drivers that say V4L2? That's Video for Linux 2. These are drivers for if you want to plug in like a USB webcam, you could do that. The kernel should support it. Does the iToy work on PS3 Linux? You know, I don't know. It should. If it uses standard V4L Video for Linux, protocol, right? I'm not sure. I don't think there's a special driver for the PS3 iToy. I think that it should be covered by the V4L drivers. Yeah. see, MD driver. That I believe that stands for multipath device. Pretty sure. Here's the modules I'm currently using on my system. Not too many. JoyDev, that's joystick device. I don't know why that one's loaded, but SND PS3, that's my ALSA driver for sound. Sequencer. PS3 VRAM, that's what lets me use my video RAM as swap. PS3 LPM, that's some kind of a performance tester right there. But yeah, not using too many modules at the moment. Huh, check it out, we got a glitch in our kernel. Not really, it's just there's an unused function detected in the source code. That's really no big deal. Hey look, we're building PS3 drivers. PS3 AV, PS3 VUART. Let's see, sysmanager. PS3 store, that's for storage. I patched the source code for that file. I knew this DNF search was going to take forever. I'm going to kill it. I think I know a faster way to search for what I'm looking for. Find a file name here. Actually, you know, I'm gonna grep for include fixed. Yeah, let me check. Let me try something. I'm gonna do this will list the file contents of my GCC package that's installed. So my system's GCC. Let's see if it includes a directory called include fix. It does not. Alright. Let's try GCC C++. Nope. What about libgcc? Nope, nowhere. Alright. Well, that's unfortunate.
Hey, look, symbols on the ring are constantly rotating.
Devious.
Bin Malik guy. Looks Moorish.
Yeah, there he is.
What's he doing so far from the Barbary Coast?
Same as us. Coming to where the action is.
Okay. Gotta track how far off they are when they're in the light. Now what?
Move into that cog and spin it twice.
There.
I think you got it.
And the last of our program. Richard Want, Edward England, and Thomas Toole.
Sam, look, that's where we're going.
Oh, wait a minute. That's only 11 pirates.
We're missing our star pirate.
Uh-huh. It's kind of weird.
Let's see. Okay, where to now?
Shit.
Here's your missing Avery statue.
You know, I'm starting to get the feeling that our friend was a bit of a narcissist.
You think?
Yeah. Let's go see what he's got in store for us. Oh, that's a long way down. So, Nathan, and be honest with me, how does this stack up, you know, compared to your other adventures?
Ask me again when we finish.
Okay, I can see where I gotta go. Let me mess around with these files a little bit more here. All right, so include fixed. I guess I can put that basically anywhere because you know what? I'm gonna put it wherever I put include, which is probably gonna be in the C package. Yeah, we're gonna put that in the you're gonna put this whole directory into the C package. Well, not this directory, the one up here. Lib GCC. Okay. All right, we'll do include fixed first, and then include. Hmm. 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 Actually, let me clean up these directory names. I got macros for these. I'm gonna be libexecdir. And I've got a macro for this. It's gonna be libdir. Okay, we got include fixed. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, we're just gonna include that entire directory. Okay, we got these, we got these. Uh, these, these might not, these libraries are probably too new to be recognized, well, to be included in the old spec file that I'm editing. By the way, this spec file that I'm editing is the original spec file from the Cell SDK released by IBM. Well, this is the GCC toolchain from it, and yeah, it was originally made to build a 4 series GCC, which is very old. So I'm adapting it for building a 8 series GCC. So there's going to be a whole lot more files in my build than in the original. So let's search for libatomic and libgomp. Nope. libitm. All right, I'm just gonna copy and paste all these into my GCC file because I'm pretty sure that's where they all go, or my GCC package. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 14. All right, where are we gonna put these? All right, there. Yeah, that's where these files are gonna live. Let me. Gotta make these all lived here. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna put these in a different spot. I'm gonna put these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 14. Put those down here. There we go. And this last one, libstdc++ fs. I think that goes in my C++ package. Okay, there we go. Oh, gizmos and gadgets. No, actually, I'm not familiar with that. Is that like educational software? I never had that. The deer. Oops. For engineering? No, I don't remember too many like edutainment games that I used to play. Um, there was some at like when I was in grammar school. Um, I I I got picked for this program called LAMP. It was supposed to be for like gifted and talented kids or whatever. So like once or twice a week, I got to leave class and go for like my own class, which was in a computer room, and we had all Apple II. computers in there. So yeah, whatever educational software was available on the old Apple IIs, um, I played some of that, and also the old SimCity, like the really old SimCities. They used to work on the old Apples. And then budget cuts killed the program, so that was the end of that. You didn't have SimCity, really? SimCity's a pretty old game. It's been around for a long time. Oh yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon, that was a good one. Um, yeah, I got into The Sims when it came out. Um, The Sims got really popular and blew up for a while there. I even knew girls who liked to play it. Oh, cool. Yeah, your sisters got into The Sims. Yeah, a lot of girls like The Sims, which kind of makes sense because it was basically like playing with dolls, except they talk in gibberish. Murdering a fire department. Yeah, you could be pretty cruel in The Sims. You could, the famous example is make a swimming pool and then delete the ladder so that your Sims are stuck in there. All right, I had a good idea. I'm gonna try something. Let's see. Which I need these right here. Um, I'm gonna isolate these lines of text into their own file, and I'm gonna do a find and replace on just these strings. Okay, save myself a little bit of time here, cutting and pasting, watching the emergent systems unfold. Um, yeah, you'd get a lot of like emergent behavior, that like unexpected kind of. Did you ever see the Playboy Sims, like the Hugh Hefner Sims? I played that before. I think it was available on PS2. You could see boobs. Uh-oh. Who's looking for help? What's up, Val? What's going on? Is everything all right? Oh, PlayStation 3 Slim, 250 gigabyte. CECH 2102. You're gonna have to look that up on PS Dev Wiki. Here, I'll show you. Oops. Let's see, what model is it? CECH 2102. See if we can find it. Okay, it's gonna be one of these right here. Let's see, multi-card reader, blah blah blah. Other OS? Well, it doesn't support other OS natively, so you can't downgrade it. I do not know if this one will support custom firmware. Huh. Well, it doesn't say if you could put custom firmware on there, but it does say that it's not compatible with other OS. So if you want to do Linux, then you're going to have to make sure that it can do custom firmware. Some of the Slim models can do it. In fact, I think most of the Slim models can, probably. Oh, oops. It's already you know that it's CFW ready. You can put custom firmware on there. Well, if you can put custom firmware, then you can put Linux. I'll tell you that much. Okay, so let me try something. I created this file called temp with the following strings in it. I'm going to do a find and replace on these strings. Save myself a little bit of work here. I'm going to do a sed command. What's the point of a custom OS? Yeah, mostly learning how distributions are packaged and learning how operating systems are distributed. That's my goal, mainly. Okay, I believe I need the I option. And I need a quote. I think I need a G. A separator. A string to replace. /USR/lib64. Separator. And what I want to replace it with is going to be percentage underscore libdir. And separator s quote and a file name. All right, 12 Bob. Hey man, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. Have a good night. All right, what am I doing wrong in my set command? Oh, I see what I got wrong. I mixed up my G and my S. Whoopsie. Okay. Okay, we've replaced our libdir. Now we gotta replace target platform. And we have to add version. Is your name glibc19y? You called yourself glibc? That's funny. Oh, what's going? Hi, idiot. What's going on, moron? How you doing, dummy? There we go. All right, that's what I wanted. Copy all this. And paste it in here. How long can you switch on the PS3 before overheating? The PS3 can run as long as you want it to before it won't overheat if it's got thermal paste and stuff like that. Um, my Linux PS3, the one that I'm logged into in the terminal here right now, this PS3 has been running for like 4 years. I have never turned it off. There we go. Okay. Desk mode. I'm not familiar with that package. What's Limine? Limine. What kind of software is that? Oh, UEFI bootloader. Huh. I've never used it before. That's weird. What kind of architecture are you on? Are you on x86? Grub is picky with your hardware. I've never been a big fan of Grub, to be honest. I don't like Grub very much. I don't know. I really like Petit Boot on the PS3. That's my favorite bootloader. It's pretty powerful. The Petit Boot is tiny. Huh, Limine, yeah. I've totally never heard of it. PCC. On my Gen 2 machine, my Gen 2 laptop, I actually use a System D boot. Believe it or not, I don't like Grub that much. That I'll use System D boot instead. Comes with an EFI file. You have to put it somewhere in boot with a config. Okay, yeah. You know what I like? I like the way Grub used to work. I mean, it used to have a like a configuration, it didn't have like an internal configuration file that you had to use a different script to configure. I don't like that. Um, yeah, you have to use like grub make config in order to generate the config file, which I like when you're meant to modify config files uh, yourself. Doesn't come with 50 commands like Grub does. Yeah, Grub's a pain in the ass. I vow, should you custom OS? What, you mean on a PS3? I would say yes because I've gotten a lot out of it, but it depends on what you want to do. Would I miss out on the OG OS? No, on the PS3, you don't have to choose one or the other. Uh, you can dual boot. You basically dual boot between Game OS and Linux. Hmm. Let's see, GCC plugin devel. Support for compiling GCC plugins. All right. Um, all right. I'm gonna make all these files part of the GCC package. Oh, you could put a background image. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think you could do that with Grub too. I never messed around with it though. But yeah, that's pretty neat. All right, I got to remove all the white spaces from this file. Um, oh, cool, it worked. Yeah, yeah, there's Grub fonts that you could use. That's true. Didn't want to boot your kernel? That's weird. Are you running a custom kernel? Oh, you're using the Zen kernel from the repos. You have Dracut to load necessary MMC. Okay. Oh, that's rough. That's a rough situation. It's hard to get like debugging messages too that early in the boot process. That sucks. Not all your error messages make it to the terminal, to the console. Yeah, yes, that's a hard situation to debug. Uh, Boot errors that early in the boot process. Shit, I wish I could point you in the right direction, but I have very little experience with that particular type of issue. Um, my Gen 2 laptop, I just run that on the I just use the normal the Gen 2 kernel. Um, I do compile it, but because I remove the debug use flag, but yeah, I've never messed around with custom kernels on x86 Gen 2, to be honest. Uh, let's see. CP tree, CP tree.h. See if we can find. I have a suspicion that this file belongs in C++. You like Grub for themes? Yeah, I never messed around with theming Grub, but I do know that you could do it. Let's see. Okay, GCC plug into. Okay, apparently not. Apparently it's not part of C++ package. Oh well. All right. Mm. You know what? I can't even blame you. Asking questions on Reddit is like poking a hornet's nest. You know, people are gonna yell at you for for a million different things. They're going to tell you what you're trying to do is stupid, uh, rather than be productive and useful. Yeah, I wouldn't even bother with Reddit. You're better off with a LLM. Well, yeah, that's the right way to do it. That's the right way to be. You know, the chatbots are great, and they can save you a lot of time, but take the time to understand what they're telling you. Take the time to understand, you know, the commands that they regurgitate at you. You know, otherwise, you know, it's a wasted opportunity to learn something. Okay, we're down here at the bottom of the file now. Wonderful. Let's see. All right, these are all going to go in my GCC package. None of these are for, well, these down here. These are C++, but all right, let me get these right here. Yeah, AI is cool, but yeah, you don't need it. You don't need it, you know, slapping you in the face every minute of every day. Microsoft did that because they invested really heavy into you know, the AI hype, and it's cost them a lot of money, so they need to shove it in your face to get their money's worth out of it. Should you avoid updating the firmware in your PS3? Well, depends on how you want to set your PS3 up. If you want to run a downgraded PS3, like the one that I'm logged into here, uh, you do that by jailbreaking it and then using custom firmware to downgrade it. So yeah, but if you're gonna run like EvilNet custom firmware, and if you want to, you know, you could do Linux on it that way. Yeah, yeah. Currently you don't have to avoid updating the firmware. Um, EvilNet has been released like all the way up to the latest version. I'm pretty sure. Hmm. Oh, kitty cat. Hi, kitty cat.
You're so cute.
Mm. Yeah, my little Daphne. She's she just came in my room and now she's rolling around on my floor. She likes to lay on my wires. I have wires all over the place in my room. Um, because I've got shit connected to other shit all over the place. She likes to lay on top of my wires. You're so cute. I think she's trying to tell me she's hungry. I can't believe it's already 5 a.m. God damn. Where the hell does the time go? Yes. Desk mug. That's actually how. Well, I don't know about Rocky. I never tried Rocky. I'm sure they do though. But Fedora, yeah, you can install it without a desktop. That's how I install mine. Um, when I install a new Fedora, I always install the server edition, and yeah, download the server edition, and just don't select a desktop. Basically, the default install should be without a desktop, and then you can add it yourself. That's how I do it. Yeah, this is Fedora that I'm using right now on this computer. And it's more or less Fedora that I'm logged into as well. It's just a very custom Fedora. Yeah, Deskmug. I don't like it when distributions try to force choices on you as well. I think that's obnoxious. Yeah, Linux Mint, I'm pretty sure they only provide so many options when it comes to your desktop. Um, Based on Ubuntu, yeah, but I'm actually not even sure what kind of desktop the um, Linux Mint ships with. Is it some kind of a GNOME derivative? If you can't tell already, I like to use XFCE. That's my favorite desktop. But yeah, if they force you to use GNOME, I would not use that OS. Bedtime for you, my friend. All right, buddy. Have a good rest of your night. Cinnamon, XFCE, and mate. Okay, well, XFCE is an option. I would just pick that one. But then again, I also like to set up my own XFCE. So, oh, bedtime for me? Yeah, it's getting there. I want to try and get the rest of these files packaged before I do anything else, though. Um, hmm. What's Daphne up to? She was just in here. She was just rolling around on my floor. Yeah, I think she was trying to tell me it's breakfast time. I think she's hungry. Oh, cool. You like LXQT? I used to use LXDE on a netbook that I used to have. It ran great on there. But yeah, in general, like when I don't feel like setting up like a custom desktop, which I sometimes do. Yeah, if I don't feel like doing that, I just go with XFCE because I can have it set up really quick. Hmm. Am I familiar with Iconic or what's that? Ionic? Ionic 1K? No, never heard of it. Is that another desktop? What the fuck? Oh, he's a YouTuber. Makes videos about Linux. Find it very entertaining. Okay, I'll have to check them out. Ionic 1K. I love discovering new small YouTubers. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, he made a video about a ThinkPad. Everybody loves those ThinkPads. I've never used one myself, but yeah, they're super popular. Oh, he put Libre Boot on it. Nice. I'm very interested in the Libre Boot project because especially now with the fact that UEFI firmware is seems to be getting a little bit more locked down to the Windows ecosystem. It's not a thing that I'm super comfortable with. So yeah, I'm looking into like different types of firmwares. Yeah, I'm guessing they must be really compatible with Linux for sure. Let's see. Lenovo doesn't make flexible ThinkPads anymore. I always use HP. Like pretty much all my laptops for like the past like 4 laptops that I've owned, they've all been HP. I'm pretty happy with them. They seem to have a high compatibility with Linux, and build quality is okay. Um, but I don't know. I think if I find myself in the market for another laptop anytime soon, I'd like to look into like a Tuxedo or something that's like more like more designed for open source, and Linux and stuff. Tuxedos sound okay, frameworks look okay. They're kind of expensive though. Everything else is soldered. Yeah, that's how they do things now. Panasonic laptops. I never used one. Come with the optical drive. Oh yeah, that's nice about the older laptops. Newer ones don't come with CD drives anymore. Which are nice. They're nice to have. You know, they could come in handy sometimes. Is that the one you're talking about? Panasonic SV9. Pretty nice. It's a different design for the trackpad. I wonder. I've never used one laptop with a circular trackpad. That's different. Looks pretty beefy. Linus Tech Tips made a video. I still enjoy watching Linus Tech Tips. Well, actually, I don't know if I enjoy it, but I still put Linus Tech Tips on, like in the background, like when I'm doing other stuff. It makes really good background YouTube content. You know, it's like it's good background noise. It's like inoffensive. I can watch it while I'm doing homework. I can watch it while I'm programming. Yeah, I don't mind Linus. I know a lot of people don't like him. Have I seen their latest video? You mean the latest Linux challenge? I saw that one. He's getting better at it. Yeah, yeah, I heard that they might actually switch over to Linux because yeah, like you said, Microsoft is just that bad. I mean, it's unfortunate. You know, I don't, I got a lot of history with Microsoft. That was my original operating system before I switched to Linux. I've never been like an Apple user. I've always been a Microsoft guy, and they've always, it's always been a fine operating system for getting my work done. But yeah, I just can't use it anymore. It's just become, like you said, it's just that bad now. Really? Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you're happy with your operating system, there's nothing pushing you to change. Yeah, that's probably true for a lot of people. Oh no. Bak Kaz is back. I think that's a bot. Yeah, I get a lot of bots in this channel sometimes. And yeah, I just ignore them. The letter for today is E. E as in ecstasy. Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot's an amateur. That was actually a pretty good show. I watched some of it, but then I fell off. I should try to get back into it. Oh, that's interesting to know. That's the largest emoji. Fascinating. Okay, what do we got here? Mandir, gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna change these binary directories to bindir. Trying to get a PSP 3K. I think you can jailbreak the PSPs. I've never owned one though. You like old-looking tech? Well, yeah, aesthetically, yeah, it can be pretty cool. Pretty cool looking, retro style. Old consoles and stuff. Oh, I almost forgot to update my... Alright, this is the last strings of data that I have to update right here. Um, I'm gonna put it down here though. You're not so much into minimalism? Well, I still am. I'm a big fan of minimalism, especially in my operating systems and computing things. I value minimalistic approach. Okay, we're gonna replace this with Mandir. Not Mandor. Yeah, for desktops, definitely. Minimalism's the way to go. Less crap, the better. Less distraction. Oh, you use i3WM? With Polybar, okay. Um, Generally, whenever I set up my own like custom desktop environment, I usually go with OpenBox. That's my favorite window manager, and I use Tint 2 as my panel. OpenBox is too plain. Yeah, it's pretty plain, all right. It's if you don't do anything to it, it's it's barely a window manager. I like that it's got a built-in capability for a right-click menu. And I like that you can configure it with simple XML files also. I like that about OpenBox. After Step? Oh, I'm not familiar with that one. I don't know what that is. Let's see. You tried to compile it with Moosel? I never used Moosel before. I don't have any experience with that. I know it's like a replacement for glibc, but I've only ever used glibc. It's another old DE. Well, it's kind of like OpenBox. OpenBox is pretty old. I don't think it's been maintained since like 2015. I know it's not compatible with Wayland, but that's another thing that I've never used before. Wayland. I'm still on X11. Moosel's good for people who who compile stuff often. Oh, it's not good for that. Oh, I see. Doesn't get all the things done. Well, I'm sure Moosel has like some kind of advantages over glibc. I never really looked into it myself. Chimera Linux uses Moosel? I didn't know that. Crazy. Moosel's lighter and faster. Oh, okay. Well, glibc's not exactly slow. I mean, especially the one that I compiled here for my PS3 distribution. Did you know that there's a compile flag for glibc? You can set the CPU type, and it actually accepts cell for the cell CPU, and you can watch it during the build. It actually builds out of special subdirectories labeled cell. So, very interesting. That's how I've got my current glibc compiled. My distro is the only one in the world that compiles with optimizations for the cell. Yeah, exactly. For the cell particularly. And you can, yeah, not just generic PowerPC. Yeah, you can set with CPU equals cell, and it works. And it'll automatically add that to your C flags. Um, and it will actually compile. It'll pull files from subdirectories that are actually named cell. So you know they contain like special headers and shit like that. Isn't that freaking interesting? I thought it was the coolest thing when I discovered that you could actually uh, set the CPU to cell, and it actually makes a difference. I should benchmark it sometime. I should benchmark like what's the difference between using like a um, glibc compiled for a vanilla Fedora compared to the one that I compile for my Fedora fork. Damn it, you're in my way now. Move it. What the fuck? Now I'm stuck. There we go. Go around him.
snap, don't snap! Didn't snap. Sweet. All right, come on down. Boat's down there.
After you, Captain.
You've been tracking the temperatures on your PS3. That's good. That's a good thing to do. I've sort of been doing it on my custom firmware one. Yeah, they've actually it actually runs pretty cool, especially the RSX on that thing. So it runs ice cold. It's nice. Highest RSX temperature you got was 61 while playing GTA 5. That's really good. You must have really good thermal paste. Holy shit, you got it from Temu? My PS3, the one that I use for gaming, my custom firmware PS3, I got that one off of, I got it as a from Amazon as a Christmas present like 2 years ago, and I seem to have lucked out. I seem to have gotten a pretty good. It's in pretty good shape. Like I said, it runs really cool. Oh, you did a repaste like 2 months ago? Nice. Yeah, I gotta change the CMOS battery in my gaming PS3. My custom firmware one, the battery is no good. Um,
Okay.
get to that eventually.
Island with monstrous Avery statue is to the right.
I'm so excited, my hands are literally shaking.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
It's either that or I just, I need another cigarette. Maybe a little bit of both. There he is.
You don't
Let's
like
talk about larger than life.
You don't like
he's
how
big.
Syscon controls the fan? No. It does a pretty good job. Like on my Linux PS3, that doesn't have custom firmware. That has Sony firmware 3.15. So yeah, the fan is totally controlled by Syscon, and that's the one that I never turn off. I just leave it on. It's been on for years. On the edge of getting to 70. Yeah, well, 70 is even not that bad, temperature-wise, but yeah, and I don't mind the fans on the PS3. I know that they can sometimes be a little bit loud, but it doesn't bother me, really. Oh, cool. You got headphones you can use. Nice. I should do that. Huh. I should have headphones anyway. I should have them for
Looks like he's got his
streaming.
spyglass, but he's not really looking for it.
Maybe he
Cut
wants us
cut
to
down
look
on the echoes I get.
Treasure Island, Uncharted.
Hey, come on. Sam.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, you do the honors. I insist, come on.
Okay.
Alley-oop.
All right, Captain. What are we looking at? There.
So? Big skull-shaped island, what?
Big island. No skull.
That's gotta be it.
Let me tell you. That's optimistic considering everything.
You got jump scared by the fan? Yeah,
You
if
know,
it
it is just us
turns
here.
on like a full
You're allowed to
100%
feel
out of nowhere,
just a little bit of
sounds like a
excitement.
fucking jet.
Well, I'll get excited when we get Alcazar's noose off your neck. Come on.
Oh no, your
Okay.
roommate, your mom was sleeping.
I said okay.
No. Your okays are never just okay. It usually means the opposite of okay.
Oh shit, here comes the bad guys.
Is that our boy Rafe?
Who the hell else?
Shit.
Like the Linux terminal? Yeah,
All right, come on, Nate.
yeah. I mean, it is true that on modern distros, if you don't want to use the terminal, you don't have to. There's pretty much
I gotta get off this beach.
a way to do anything that you could want to do with a GUI. But
Be farther up shore.
yeah, nothing can replace a good like knowledge and experience with the terminal. That's always going to be true, I think. That'll never change. Shit, I think I'm going the wrong way. Wow, look at all this rain. Oh, I am going the wrong way. The root of Linux user space. Yeah, I mean, it's how you communicate with the system. It's how you tell the kernel what you want.
I know where you are. Sam, come on, answer me!
No, I'm not going that way. You would overclock the RSX? Yeah, I know you can do that now, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid to do it. I'm afraid it wouldn't be worth it for like what you could gain. I don't know. I don't want to spend that extra wattage. Oh, you don't have too much experience soldering? I'm actually pretty good at soldering. I had to do it for the first time on a PS3 motherboard when I checked my Syscon error codes on my Yale Light of Death PS3. Oh, you're looking for more stable FPS? See, I don't mind the FPS too much. I can't really tell the difference. See, I could tell the difference between, say, like 30 and 60. I could tell that difference, but anything above 60, I can't tell if it's... I can't tell at all. Looks fine to me. No risk if you failed. Well, that's why you practice. If you're going to be doing a difficult soldering job, like working on a PS3's motherboard, what you want to do first is you want to practice. You want to get find a PS3 that's already broken, you know, one with that you can't fix or whatever, and practice soldering on that one. Or practice the job that you want to do.
Damn it! Sam! Sam, are you there?
My God, it's raining so hard in this game. Rain's so heavy. Can I go this way? There we go. I don't think that got me anywhere.
Oh, thank God, our supply box. Oh, fuck guts. Of course. Everything's gone. Maybe that's a good sign. Maybe Sam took it.
Oh, if you want to hook up your PS3 to a capture card, make sure you get a splitter. There's a certain kind of splitter that you're gonna have to get. They sell it on Amazon. It's it's a black box with kind of like blue letters on it, blue writing.
Right,
If you remind me later, I'll show it to you. I'll show you
Besides my life.
the one you have to get. Oh, you're familiar with yeah, the HDCP? Yeah, the only way to get rid of the HDCP is that splitter.
Jesus. Okay. All right. I'm all right.
You want to know a funny thing about HDCP? I'm pretty sure that HDCP security was defeated, like even before the PS3 was released. It was kind of a useless security measure, even by the time the PS3 came out. I'm pretty sure it was already exploited or defeated. Yeah, HDCP is garbage.